Evil blanket fish has awoken.
Alright. Looks like everything's coming in. So, we are continuing with Wild Arms 5. We finished yesterday. We had just made it to Laila, Belle. But basically have to step outside town and look for hidden treasure chests. I just kind of ran in there as fast as I could so I could get a save so I could end. Looking at the FAQ, there's quite a few to pick up. Yeah. Laila, Belle already looking like a big departure from the rest of the towns we've been in. Hey Ragnar, how you doing? Because they've all kind of looked like frontier western towns, and this one looks very futuristic. But I suppose that's probably to do with the Veroni. They kind of position them as being like they came from space and landed here and took over. All right. So 62 and 86. So northwest. Now we got quite a few things to get off the world map.
Some serious damage.
That hurt. For this pain.
Take this.
Stay calm. It's over. That was too easy.
2 duplicators. There's like 2 duplicator chests on the world map, but there's also like another one in the town that I haven't gotten to yet. Not even sure where I got those apples from.
Don't miss anything.
67.5 and 83. So, southeast. Actually, the way we came from.
Let me teach you a thing or two. Take this!
Follow the road we believe in. Shards of ice, do what you must.
Come on, I'm ready for you. Plain and simple, I gotta keep on winning.
Oh yeah, this was something I wanted to check on. Wow, so I could have done this a long time ago. Not that hard. So since the very beginning of the game, they gave me 1 blank medium, and I've gotten 3 more as I've gone through, and I never thought to go into the item. But yeah, you can go into the item screen and choose to copy one of the other mediums you have. I got 3 more, but I don't know exactly which ones I want to copy right now.
See anything?
But yeah, there was a good chunk of the early game there where only 2 of my 3 characters had a medium equipped. Because I didn't realize you could just copy one with the blank. I thought I was going to have to go to like a shop or something to do that, and I was waiting for one to show up.
Take this!
I'm feeling kind of off.
70 and 91.
Give me all you got. I'm still standing.
I'm feeling light. That should be the best position. I'm going all out here. You're a dead. Redemption for all the... It feels good to win a battle, doesn't it?
Just take a look around.
Another golem part. And then we have 2 dragon fossils. First one at 73 and a half and
I
77.
wonder where we are in here.
So it's a little east and a lot south.
Position is the key to everything.
Gotta move fast! Yeah!
I don't feel like losing today. Don't waste your time.
Let's look at the map. Just take a look around. See anything?
Final shot. simple. I gotta keep on winning.
Let's take a little look-see. All right, an item!
One dragon fossil. And the next one is at 78.5 and 83.
Better check before we get lost. See anything? Just take a look around. Searching! Don't miss anything.
So 68 and 72.
I wonder where we are in here.
A lot of these seem like they're clustered right around the town.
Come on, I'm ready for you.
No mercy! Any last words?
You need to be punished!
I'm still standing. You want to take me on, huh?
Greg, give me a hand here.
All right, I'll time it with whatever you got.
So it's only one hex, but it targets anyone.
Go ahead! Go! Stay calm!
I figured it wouldn't do anything since it was a magic attack, but I still wanted to see it.
This is for my friends! That was too easy!
Yeah, it's like the last game where they have like double attacks that they learn.
Don't miss anything.
Although I'm guessing this one probably has a lot more since there's more characters, which means more combinations.
I wonder where we are in here.
68 and 72.
Let's take a little look-see. Let's take a good look around.
advice. Do what you must.
Sorry, but I'm taking this. Thievery's a skill like any other. Nothing can stand up to me now. Thievery's a skill like any other.
That should be the best position. Okay? Thank you, everyone.
Searching! I wonder where we are in here.
76 and 73. Still way off.
Just take a look around.
You want to take me on, huh?
Let us hold back. Redemption for all their foolish existences.
Who dare to stand before us? See ya.
Farewell. It feels good to win a battle, doesn't it?
Don't miss anything. Don't miss anything. Let's take a good look around. Let's look at the map. Let's take a good look around. Better check before we get lost. Let's take a little look-see. Better check before we get lost.
872.
Let's look at the map. See anything?
Yeah, you can.
You want to take me on, huh?
Stay calm. Over there?
Yep, Greg finally decided to join. Hey Ludlow, how you doing?
I'll move.
But yeah, like this one for Heaven's Gate. Like as soon as the animation starts, you can just press start. And you'll skip them and just do the damage. So yeah, you only have to sit through the animation if you want to watch it.
Don't hit. Can't we find someone with a little more life?
And we had Carol for a little bit, but she ran off. In the first one, the Urtikaiser, yeah.
Let's take a little look-see. Don't miss anything.
Stone Bullet. Now, Berserker Badge at 76 and 68. That's southeast. I mean, if you want to talk about long-ass attack animations that are unskippable, I mean, I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy VII and Final Fantasy VIII, with like their biggest summons, still take the cake. Knights of the Round, and then was it Eden or Eternity or something from 8, whichever one it was. It was also unskippable.
See anything? Just take a look around. Just take a look around.
Potion Berry Tree. Yeah, at least they gave you something to do while you were watching in 8, but I mean, either way, they were still both long animations that you couldn't skip. 26, 68. Okay, so a little more north and a lot more east. Except I'm not sure how I can go a lot more east from here. I would imagine you would have to literally just spend hours running around hitting the search button. Which, yeah, that's the whole reason I'm looking them up in the guide, is that I don't want to deal with that. Like,
I'm ready.
dungeons and towns and all that I can handle myself. Finding all this stuff on the world map, I am not gonna like run around every square inch hitting the search button.
Take this.
Stay calm. Over there? Don't hit. Dean's really something, but I'm gonna keep up.
Like, I would probably much rather go through the game underpowered, having not found any of this stuff, than look for it myself without the coordinates.
Searching. Let's take a good look around. See anything? Just take a look around. Don't miss anything. I wonder where we are in here.
76 and 68. A little more south and more east. Alright, so 75.7 and 62.6.
Let me teach you a thing or two. I'll take care of this. Don't be shy now.
Stay calm. That should be the best position. Gonna be one major strike. That hurt. Should I move there?
I'm gonna carve you up.
I'm feeling kind of off. Let's find a better spot. Prepare yourself. Victory is ours. It feels good to win a battle, doesn't it?
Don't miss anything. Just take a look around.
.7. So I need to go a little further east. And 62.6. A little further south. it actually through this path here?
Come on, I'm ready for you.
Don't really need any more levels.
I don't like this one bit.
So far, all the enemies in here are 19, and I'm at 21. Probably run away from battles for a while just to make things faster.
Don't miss anything.
So is it only certain ones that change their colors? It seems like most of them have their default, and then like the armors that focus on one stat seem to be the only ones that change their color. Next one is shut out at 70 and 63.
Here. Let's take a little look-see.
Golem cart.
I wonder where we are in here.
Crush you next time.
I actually have to check to see if I'm losing money when I run away. Because there is a badge to lose less when you run away, but I hadn't even noticed, like, there's no notification that I've been losing any. $22,971.
Let's look at the map. Searching.
Nope, not losing any money from running. So this badge is kind of redundant. I wonder if maybe that was a change they made for the Western version. It was definitely like that in 4.
Just take a look around. I wonder where we are in here. See anything? There's a stroke of luck.
Another dragon fossil. Yeah, the other duplicator chest I've been skipping, but that one had a dragon fossil. I had to pick it up. Next is Bad Omen at 78.7 and 70.5.
I wonder where we are in here.
Leave them behind.
I was wondering if maybe someone had a passive that
Let's
meant
take a
I
look
wasn't
around.
losing money from escaping,
Miss
but
anything?
it looks like that's just the default.
Let's take a little look-see.
And last one is protected, 84.4, 70.5.
I wonder where we are in here.
So basically just a lot farther east.
Let's take a little look-see. See anything?
I'll crush you next time.
Yeah, so in this game, running away from battle is actually free. Because in 4, like running away would always work, but it was balanced out by the fact that you dropped money when you did it. And it seems like it's supposed to be the same way in this one, because they still have the badges to reduce that.
Let's look at the map. I wonder where we are in here.
Not sure I remember how to get back. Kind of spent all this time just hunting for the coordinates of the things I'm looking for, and I wasn't paying attention to the path that I was taking.
Leave them behind.
Just maybe follow the road.
Come on, I'm ready for you. Take me on, huh? I'll crush you next time.
There we are. Back into the Techno City. Now that I got 3 dragon fossils, I gotta get to a save point so I can up everybody's weapons. Seeing as how I'm wanted by the guild, I'm gonna keep a low profile while you're in here. Okay, I'll be right back. Excuse me. What are you doing here? This is the Golem Hunters Guild. There's no place for children. I'm gonna be a Golem Hunter, just like Nightburn. Is this where I sign up? Like Nightburn indeed, so they all say. But most are all talk. None have been able to reach that height. Most lose their lives along the way. It's certainly not a task to be taken lightly. With that in mind, are you still determined to become a Golem Hunter? Of course, I'm ready for anything. In that case, you will first need to undertake a test. There are just too many incompetents these days. If you pass the test, we will register you as a Golem Hunter. An apprentice, naturally, until you gain more experience. Test? No problem. What do I need to do? There is a town to the south called Mythosmere. We received reports of monsters taking up residence there recently. Your task will be to eliminate the monsters. It should provide an excellent trial of your abilities. Will you accept? All I gotta do is get rid of the monsters in Mythosmere, right? No problem. So, yeah, we're with you. Besides, we can't just leave monsters sitting around in a town like that, can we? Sorry about this, Avril, but if I can become a Golem Hunter, we'll be able to use the train, so... Yes, I understand your intentions. Let's complete the task we've been given. Thanks, Avril. And Greg? Whatever's fine with me. Mythosmere, huh? Be interesting to see how you react when you get there. Huh? What do you mean? You'll see. Red Cheek Parrot. Hello, Dean. I see you collected 4 neutrino medals. Hey there, calm down, calm down. We can't have you get all excited like that just because I happen to speak to you. I can see a lot of potential sleeping within you. Don't disappoint me. There, now take a deep breath. Much better. Now then, allow me to explain. Neutrino medals are the fragments of the soul of the scene here of a scene hero. What the hell is that word? Oh. That's the, I guess that's the scientific name for parrots. Evil Varuni, fearing his power, divided his spirit into 30 pieces and hid them throughout Filgaia. We red-cheeked parrots must gather those neutrino metals so that our hero's soul may be restored to its former condition. Pisticine. P-S-I-T-T-T-T-C-I-N-E, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, it says it's basically just like a scientific name for parrots and parrot-like birds. Dean, we would like to assist us powerless birds by collecting the medals for us during your travels across Filgaia. Of course, we would not ask of this of you without compensation for your troubles. We are prepared to offer you some of our most valuable treasures. Rest assured, these are no mere nuts or twigs, but items that humans would jump at the chance to obtain. For example, of course, this berry is merely a retainer, if you will. Allow me to promise even greater rewards as you collect more medals. I see you've collected 3 medals. In appreciation, allow me to give you this shiny object desired by humans and parrots alike. I'll have another reward for you once you've collected 7 medals. Still a couple of other places to visit in here too. That way then. Let's exit. Get to Mythosmere's, follow the elevated track south. Hey Renji, how you doing? I know there was another spot here that was, there it is. That. That's the only one. This area is restricted. Where does this go? It's also an exit. There's no shop in here? That's the exit. Is there really no shop in this town? Maybe she's the shop? Nyctophobic. Man, they're really throwing out words I don't know. What is nyctophobic? Extreme or irrational fear of night or darkness. Oh, so fear of the dark. Why is the shopkeeper afraid of the dark? It's dark and scary here, so maybe you could stay and keep me company for a while. Alright, so now we need to head to Mist Smear. They said just follow the elevated tracks south.
I'm still standing. That hurt. That was excessive. I apologize for this pain.
Like that?
Here goes.
We can do this together!
Just basically team force attacks. But these are also the early game ones.
I wonder where we are in here.
Like, right now we only have... Because the force level goes from, you know, level 1 to level 4. Right now, I'm only now just getting team attacks that are level 2, which would be 50 force points. A lot of the ones I had from before were 25. This is a town? This is terrible. It doesn't even look like there's anybody living here. Not that I can imagine anyone wanting to live here, but they do. Most vibrant, flourishing societies have dark sides like this. Plenty of people come to Laila Belle with big dreams. Not all those dreams come true. Some simply don't make it up the ladder. Some let themselves be used like tools. Some kiss up in hopes of being tossed a few crumbs. But on the whole, there aren't many humans in Laila Belle that live well. Most are stuck in conditions no better than anywhere else. This is where the children of those people live. Well, Dean, what do you think? It's a bit much to take in all at once. I still don't understand much about society, but it seems that there is a lot of competition in Laila Belle. In competition, not everyone can win. Perhaps those who lose are forced to live in places like these. Not bad, Avril. Winners and losers indeed. The bigger the win, the tougher the loss. The losers end up having to toss their kids out here. And why don't they just get rid of all the competition? Who needs it anyway? Not that easy. People get lazy without competition to prod them along. Lazy people don't produce anything. See the problem? People need lots of things in order to live. Food at the very least. So you'd end up with people fighting each other over what little food's available. Even worse than it is now. But there's something wrong with that. I don't know what, but there's gotta be something we're forgetting. Simple competition shouldn't lead to a situation as bad as this. You really are kind. I suspect some would even call you naive. Avril, that's not fair. Perhaps not, but naivete implies kindness, does it not? I love that kindness of yours, Dean.
I was so shocked by Avril's words. The object of her love may have been his kindness, but that kindness belonged to Dean. I felt like Avril had beat me to it. I didn't realize just how strong the word love truly was until now. All I could do at that point was change the subject and avoid talking about it.
Anyway, we came here to get rid of some monsters, right? Let's take care of that and get back to Laila Belle. Yeah, that's the least we can do.
There's a load up.
So nothing we can do there. Mimic. Already first chest?
You want to take me on, huh? Take this!
Prepare yourself.
Here we go! Ha! Gotcha now!
Prepare yourself. Soon you shall be silent. It feels good to win a battle, doesn't it?
Hey, Samato.
Capture the high ground and win. Speed's what decides the battle.
position. Frozen solid to your deepest core.
Now's our chance!
Dean, you ready?
Sure, let's do it!
That's a new one. Let's see what it does. Power 215 plus extra damage to golem enemies.
Now!
Blast!
I'm gonna ride this wave.
That's actually pretty damn strong for a level 1 combo.
I just slipped, that's all.
You're on a roll now! Take that!
That hurt. It must be done. Thank you, everyone.
Hazel Sprig I don't have yet.
Time to switch out!
Should I move there? All shall be burned. Keep it up. What next? I wonder what I'll get.
Got the potion berry instead. And I'm sure I'll fight more and have more chances.
It feels good to win a battle, doesn't it?
Better check before we get lost! Better check before we get lost!
treasure is mine! I'm still standing! It must be done. Go to your friends who left before you. It feels good to win a battle, doesn't it?
I wonder where we are in here. Another one bites the dust!
Aren't you the sucker? I apologize for this pain. I've got luck on my side.
Once you've stolen one item, you can't get anything else. So it's the same as 4. Just a toss-up whether you get the rare one or the common one.
Life of the earth,
Or
unleash your
miss.
force upon them. Hey! I can't lose! People are depending on me!
Got the Mega Berry at least.
I cannot go on.
Gotta stay calm. That was close, but a win's a win.
Actually, why the hell did I do that? I had this right in front of me. Wasted a nectar for nothing. Assuming this will be a boss.
I wonder where we are in here.
What? This looks like a midpoint.
What next? It must be done. I'll move right away. It appears to be my turn.
Psyched and ready.
Over there? You cannot defeat us.
Now's our chance. We rolled right over him.
Want it back? Try me! That was excessive. I'm ready.
That's one I already attempted to steal.
Go easy on the girl, will ya? I'm ready. Stay calm. I can't lose. People are depending on me.
Duplicators. Means once I'm out of here, I could actually go get those 2 duplicator chests that are out in the overworld.
Go easy on the girl, will ya? Let us hold back.
We're gonna settle this now!
That's mine now. Want it back? Try me. Frozen solid to your deepest core.
I'm in top shape now!
move there.
Flank him! This area's tough. We better be careful. Let's look at the map.
That's mine now. This treasure is mine. I'm not feeling well. I apologize for this pain.
Another one bites the dust!
I'm feeling kind of off. Hey!
We rolled right over him! Better check before we get lost!
Evil presence around here. There! Those must be the monsters that we're talking about at the guild. Get rid of them so those kids can live in peace. I thought I was just supposed to extinguish those. I didn't realize it'd be a fight. What are we looking at here?
We gotta protect everyone!
Lizard Man. Nothing really worth stealing, and they're all weak to fire.
You cannot defeat us.
Target in sight!
Hey, never hurts to make some extra money.
Rising Inferno, set them aflame.
Now's our chance!
be burned. I cannot go on. I hope I meet your expectations.
Come on, I'm ready for you. Here, this'll work great.
Begin. I'm not playing around. Become beautiful fireworks. Having more friends makes me feel more confident.
Take that! I still feel the presence of a monster. Well, then we better find it so those kids can live in peace. Come on, everyone, let's go. We still got some monster hunting to do. Dean, I don't disagree with your thinking. Like Avril said, you're kind, and that's a good thing. Be careful not to rush yourself. Plenty of people who aim to be golem hunters like Nightburn. Nightburn himself is the only one who's made it that far. The rest all failed or gave up somewhere along the way. Rushing won't get you anywhere. I know how you feel, but you gotta be patient. Now that you mention it, nobody ever talks about any golem hunters other than Nightburn. Greg may have a point, Dean. But we don't have time to be patient. We still gotta find Johnny Appleseed and everything. Dean, I understand your desire to move quickly, and it pains me that I am the cause. But please, don't let it blind you to everything else. You like golems, do you not? Concentrate on that for now. But then again, you're always honest with yourself and everything, so why not just run with things? I guess you're right, Avril. I can't let myself lose sight of what's important. Right now, I need to take a good look at the world around me. Yes, I think that's a good idea. I know you can do it, Dean. Yeah, and I will. Thanks, Avril. First thing we need to do is get rid of whatever monsters are left in this town.
I'm headed over there. You'll be a pyre of flame!
It must be done. Taste the blades of my wind.
supposed to get over there? Unless maybe something opened up.
What next? How does this feel?
Psyched and ready! Footwork is everything! We rolled right over him!
You know, for all this time, I thought Crush had to be right next to the enemy to work. I didn't realize it would hit any.
There's a load off! Let's keep going!
I'm gonna send you packing.
Let's go!
Nothing can stand up to me now.
Oh, so this one's doesn't look like it's affected too much by element.
Take this!
What next?
Psyched and ready! Footwork is everything! It's this!
What next? Gotcha!
Psyched and ready! There we go!
Don't hit me!
Honestly, that might have been the easiest one so far.
Well, guess we're taking over now.
So now I have to figure out where to go, but at least now I don't have to worry about random encounters anymore. This hazel sprig. Grants immunity from disease. Yeah, it's about that time, so I'm gonna go ahead and go on my break. I'll be back in 5, and then I'll try to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to go from here. apparently, I looked at the FAQ and I need to head back to Area 4.
I wonder where we are in here.
You know, something I've noticed all this time I've been destroying golems and dealing with the Varuni. Varuni society and human society are completely separate. No matter how hard a human tries, he can't ever enter Varuni society. There's a huge wall between the two. The difference between this town and Laila Belle is a prime example of that. But doesn't the Golem Hunters Guild bring humans and Varuni together? Just like we're here now to get rid of monsters at their request. I mean, Nightburn talks to the Varuni as an equal, so obviously anyone could do it if they just try hard enough. Maybe there is a wall, but that doesn't mean we can't climb over it. I know you can overcome that wall. Me too. Something like that ought to be a cinch for you. Thanks, you two. I'll do it no matter what it takes. I won't say that's a bad goal, but you'd better give some thought as to just what it means to get over that wall. In any case, right now we need to get to take care of the remaining monsters. Maybe we ought to take another look at those last ones. So, Dean, what are you going to do once you get over the wall between humans and the Varuni? Huh? Once I get over the wall? Suppose you were able to talk to the Varuni as an equal, like Nightbird. What would you say to him? To be honest, I don't know yet. I can't just sit around after seeing this town. Right now, Nightburn's the only human who can talk with the Varuni. But if more people come along and join it, we ought to be able to change things. The important thing is to do what you can, so I'm going to become like Nightburn. I suppose you can figure out the details as you start seeing more of the world. Looks like this is your first step along that road. Let's take care of it for good this time.
Prepare yourself.
Let me teach you a thing or two.
Into water. Reflects physical.
Position is the key to everything. Well, here we go.
You cannot defeat us.
Oh yeah, why is that? What's up, Nami?
I assume you're prepared to die? Shards of ice, do what you must.
Try this, you'll get better.
I'll crush it with all I got. Let me teach you a thing or two.
Breath of the Wild haters. Well, honestly, I don't know too much. I mean, first of all, I personally don't run into Breath of the Wild haters too much. But then again, I'm also don't really hang out too much on, like, most Nintendo stuff. As far as I knew, everybody loved the game.
Now you're at the mercy of our speed.
I guess I don't really travel in those circles. Like, I wouldn't even know what to rant about. What do they... Like, what do they even hate? Like, the only bad things I've even heard said about it is, like, some people don't like the weapon breaking system. Other than that, I've heard nothing but praise.
Don't be shy.
Damn it! Physical attacks just come right back at us.
I mean, in a way, haven't they all been open world? Like, even... I mean, granted, it was screen by screen, but technically wasn't even the first Zelda open world.
Stay calm, Dean. We have magic attack.
Oh yeah, good.
I'm gonna ride this wave. Capture the high ground and win. Teleport!
Shards of ice, do what you must.
We gotta protect everyone! Footwork is everything! Can you take this kind of magic? We can do anything as long as we don't give up!
I mean... Which Zeldas were heavy on story? Isn't it usually just some variation of Ganon's back, go stop Ganon? I wasn't aware that there were any Zelda games that had a story focus. Now we just need to head back to Laila and report to the guild, right? So you finally become a golem hunter, even if only an apprentice. Congratulations. Thanks, Rebecca. Dean's found himself a new goal and everything. I wonder what I should do now. Maybe I'll return to Capo Bronco. What? You're not going to turn around now, are you? Well, I was so looking forward to seeing the circus at Laila, but it's been disbanded after all. Besides, it probably won't be too much longer before you find Johnny Appleseed, too. Not to mention how left out I've been feeling lately. I mean, it's your journey after all, and I just sort of came along, so I was thinking that maybe it's about time I went back. Well, I mean, you're having me rant about... I'll give you your points back, but you're having me rant upon something that I just don't know anything about. There. Should have your points back. But Rebecca, you always wanted to become famous for your acrobatic shooting, didn't you? I know how much practice you put into that. Tell me you're giving up now. With the circus gone and all, what's the point? Acrobatic shooting? Sounds kind of interesting. I would like to see it as well. See? Everyone wants to see it. Everyone? All three of you mean? Oh well, I guess one last time can't hurt. Dean, would you? Here goes. And cut it out with that last time nonsense. Show them just how good you are. Well, I haven't had him, but I also probably would have never even given him a shot because I just flat out don't like coconut. So even if I saw him on a menu, I'd never give him a shot. Impressive. Wow. Rebecca, that was amazing. It really touched my heart. Really? Man, that was really great. I thought my eyes were gonna pop right out of my head. Yes, I was surprised as well. It was almost as though the can was dancing in defiance of gravity. You all saw that? Yes, we were all watching you. It really was amazing. I wish I could be like you. It's not that big a deal. But you didn't have to hide from us. It's just the crazy monsters all around and they attack us a lot. Yeah, so we remain indoors and never go outside except when absolutely necessary. So why don't you go live in Laila? I'm afraid we couldn't do that. It would be even harder to live there than it is here. Laila is ruled by the Varuni. The only path open to humans is that of forced labor. Forced labor? Yeah. The Varuni force hard labor on all humans in Laila, even children. I'm gonna be a golem hunter when I grow up. Oh yeah? Well, good luck. Hey, could you show us that thing you did one more time? You mean the acrobatic shooting? No, don't be selfish. We must impose on her. I have to admit, I'd like to see it again too. I know it's pushing you, but... No, not at all. Never mind. If we keep being pushy like this, you'll never want to come back. Of course I would. No, really, it's okay. Just promise you'll do it again next time you come, okay? My name's Pastel. I'll be looking forward to it. See, Rebecca? Look how much those kids loved it. Yeah.
I guess my acrobatic shooting wasn't so bad after all. As soon as I realized that, I couldn't help but feel silly about all the worrying I'd been doing.
I guess I'll stick around a bit longer. Really? Yeah, maybe I'll be able to find a goal of my own. Besides, it'd feel like a waste to turn around after coming this far. Alright. It sure would have been lonely without you. Really? Of course. You said my eyes wander when I'm lying, right? Well, are they wandering now? No? See? I too would feel lonely without you. So I'm also glad you're staying with us. Thanks, Avril. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? I don't know, it's just... Are you crying, Rebecca? How come? What's wrong? I'm not crying. Don't look at me.
Well, it isn't the scoop of the century. No wonder both factions started moving. I see, so this was the reason, huh? All of a sudden, That's Avril Van Fleur, no question about it. Is she going to be Filgaia's promised savior? Or another reign for the Ice Queen? Let's sit back and enjoy the show, shall we?
So it's basically a town of orphans. wonder if there's ever going to be a way to turn encounters off on the overworld.
Final shot.
Go to your friends who left before you.
I'll take that, thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
You took care of the monsters in this mirror. Is that so? Well done. That's all? Yes, you accomplished the task given to you, so well done. What else were you expecting? You said that you'd make me a golem hunter if I passed the test. I did indeed, and? So make me a golem hunter already. Golem hunters all get licenses, don't they? So hurry and give me one. I do not recall saying there would be only one task. Huh? The apprentice test consists of 13 tasks. Once you have passed, you must present 66 accomplishments in order to become a proper golem hunter. Surely you didn't think we would allow you to become a hunter so easily. We cannot grant the privilege of riding the Filgai Express to just anyone, you know. What? I have to do 13 tasks to finish the test? No, give me the next one then. We don't have time to wait around. Pipe down. At the moment, we have no reports of trouble that would qualify as a task. Consider yourself out of luck. But it is best not to complain about a peaceful life, after all. Perhaps you'll have better luck next time. How am I supposed to become a golem hunter, then? Well, if you're that intent, perhaps you can accomplish something on your own. If your accomplishments are accepted, they will count toward the completion of your test. Accomplishments? Like what? If you don't have any work for them, perhaps I'll give them some instead. Duo. That's me, the one and only Duo Grammaton, journalist, TV host, and multi-talented content creator. But please, you can call me Duo. Duo? He looks like a man, so why is he dressed like a woman? Well, some people are just into that, you know. Anyway, what do you mean about work? I just thought I'd make an offer through the guild. You can get closer to finishing your test, I can get my own work done. Everybody's happy. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Oh yeah, I like that. As it happens, I've been working on a documentary on the street children of Mythsmere. I happened to notice you lot while I was filming, and I must say I was quite impressed. So I was hoping I could get you to appear on a program I run. What do you think? I can assure you it's a stand-up deal. Especially that routine of yours, darling. I loved it. You're quite pretty yourself. You could become a star in no time. Me, a star? Great, Rebecca. But it's so sudden, I'm not ready yet. Now, no need to rush. Just come over to the TV studio whenever you're ready. I'll be waiting. Me, a star? Wow, you're gonna be famous and everything, huh? Well, I'm not for sure yet. Besides, I get nervous so easily, I'm sure I'll mess up on stage. Don't worry, I know you can do it. I guarantee it. Really? Well, if you're that sure, maybe I'll give it a shot. I'm worried about the fact that Duo was a Varuni, though. He might be up to something. Don't worry, it's a great chance for Rebecca. Besides, if anything happens, I'll protect her. Really, Dean? In that case, I'll do it. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Alright, let's head for the TV studio then. Alright, so where is the TV studio? So this is the TV studio, huh? I can't wait. Now I'm getting all nervous again. No, I've got to focus. Dean's rooting for me and all. Wow. What's wrong, Avril? It really is an impressive building. But you were talking before about the dark sides of societies. I was wondering if we might be trapped inside once we entered. I suppose you could say TV studios are filled with their own kinds of monsters. After all, TV is seen around the world. Screw up on screen, you'll be the laughingstock of all Philgaia. Hey, don't put that kind of pressure on me. Now look what you've done. My legs are trembling like crazy. Sorry. Don't worry, Rebecca, we're with you. Come on, let's get this party started. This is the TV studio? It almost feels like we're outside. Do you think monsters might attack us after all? There's definitely something fishy about this. I get the impression we might have been duped by that Duo character. But what about all that talk about me becoming a star? Probably a bunch of lies, I'm afraid. Otherwise... It's Gojira! That will be getting a welcome like this. How dare he take advantage of someone's feelings like that? Come on, let's smash that thing. Alright, so we gotta fight Godzilla.
Prepare yourself.
Kinda looks like Mechagodzilla.
I'm ready.
Or a mecha version of Godzilla, not necessarily the Mecha Godzilla. Hustler's Dress. Pick to wind. There even wind on here? There it is. See if we can steal that armor.
Let's do this.
Teleport.
What next? That's mine now. I thought I could do it. I'm ready. I'll move right away.
Watch this. What's he up to?
Watch it. Lightning's gonna strike in a couple of turns. Hold back and heal up or we're gonna get fried.
Searing wind, cut them to ribbons.
Here we go.
Aren't you the sucker?
Alright, now he can die.
Come on, come back to me.
Now luck will be on our side. Prepare to be torn asunder. Having more friends makes me feel more confident.
Well, we managed to get rid of the monster. Doesn't look like we got much choice as to where to go. That's bound to be a trap. Trap? We really were duped, weren't we? Trap or not, we don't have a choice. Let's go. I'll make them regret even thinking about making fools out of us.
And here comes a new challenger!
3 doors in front of you lead to 3 different games. Clear all 3 of them and you'll be able to proceed to the final round. Careful, if you make a mistake you'll have to endure a tough penalty round. Good luck.
There's a load off.
for Carol. I don't have Carol. Maybe that means she'll be coming back sometime soon. Go left first. Welcome to Odd One Out. The rules are simple. One of the 4 doors is different from the others. Find it and enter it. Remember, if you pick the wrong one, it'll be a penalty round time. Time limit too, so don't just sit around.
Okay, start! Your time's ticking away. Hurry
I'm
up!
not sure what I should be looking at.
Darn, so close!
Yeah, I was looking at the painting, but they all look the
Looks like
same.
you ran out of time. You know what that means? Penalty round.
That was the first thing I thought would be different, but they all look the same.
I'll take care of this. There you go.
It must be done. I'll move.
Let me take 5.
That should be the best position. That's mine now. Thought I could catch you off guard.
Hey, Tenkai, how you doing?
You want to take me on, huh? I'll take care of this.
Searing wind, cut them to ribbons.
Come on, I'm ready.
I will not lose. What next? Want it back? Try me!
I was really hoping for the revived fruit.
Come on, I'm ready for you.
Like physical.
If we put our minds to it, victory is assured. No, you can't give up just yet. Good luck, you'll need it. Your time's ticking away. Hurry up! You couldn't beat the clock. As always, time for a penalty round.
I thought maybe that one picture wouldn't be able to be shot, but
You want to take me
you
on?
can shoot them all.
That was surprisingly simple. Ready to press your luck once more? Everybody ready? Okay, let's go! Your time's ticking away. Hurry up!
Yeah, I'm not seeing a difference in any of the pictures.
Darn, so close!
Oh wait, this one has a different pot.
A big round of applause for today's contestant!
The picture was just there to fool you. It was actually the pot that was by the door that was different. Oh crap,
Good
there's
luck!
more.
You'll need it! Your time's ticking away. Hurry up!
Whatever it is, I'm not seeing, and it's not oh, there it is, yeah. The door has a different pattern.
Done.
Like, I was looking at the picture, I was looking at the pot, I was looking at the statue.
Good luck! You'll need it!
The doors are the same. That's a different picture.
Congratulations! Okay.
I'm guessing this time it's going to be a different statue. Oh, okay, this time I really don't know what I'm looking for.
Uh-oh, you're almost out of time!
We can't lose our cool here!
The hell is different?
You couldn't beat the clock. As always, time for a penalty round.
They have insta-kills. That's fun.
What next?
Is there even wind on here? There is.
Target in sight!
Prepare to be torn asunder. That was surprisingly simple.
Well, they only used the insta-kill twice. Once on Greg and once
Oh,
on
you can't give up just yet.
on Dean, but it didn't work on Dean.
Everybody ready? Okay, let's go! Hurry! There isn't much time left.
We gotta hurry up!
I really don't see a difference.
Well done!
I guessed correctly, but I don't know what the difference was. Minute Maze. Find your way to the exit and enter the door within the allotted time. If you don't make it in time, there'll be a penalty round.
Good luck! You'll need it!
I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking for the exit. Oh, okay. I see it now.
Hurry! There is a big round of applause for today's contestant!
Oh. So I was basically supposed to blast until I got an item from one of them.
Good luck! You'll need it!
Ah, you're just a fake to waste my time.
Your time's ticking away. Hurry up!
Damn it, I know the way, but I don't know if I'm gonna make it in time. Alright, got it.
Done! Just one door left! Give it your best shot!
Logic Labyrinth. Follow the hints written on the sideboards and find the one true door. If you choose the wrong door, it'll be out to a penalty round.
Good luck! You'll need it!
What? Two doors not in any of the squares surrounding this one. Okay. Like this one doesn't have a time limit, it's literally just, can you pick the right door? Hey, Rampage, how you doing? I'm doing good. Just subjecting myself to mini games in this part of the story. True door is in one of the squares surrounding this one. True door is 2 squares away from this one. It has to be this one.
Congratulations! Everybody ready? Okay, let's go!
True door is not in any of the squares surrounding this one. True door is in one of the squares surrounding this one. So this one and this one are out. As well as this one. Which leaves these. The hint written on the signboard 2 squares away from this one is false. This one. Okay, so it is not one of the ones surrounding this one. 2 squares away from this. I feel like that doesn't eliminate enough of them. Actually, maybe it does. So it's 2 squares away. 1, 2 here. And this one said that nothing surrounding it is it. All the other ones over there are knocked out because it's not surrounding that one, so it has to be this one.
Well done!
It's
Congratulations!
it's
You cleared
kind
the
of
stage.
it's like the same logic process as Minesweeper. Kind of. A little more complicated, but it's the same basic premise as Minesweeper. Kind of.
There's a load off.
The boss fight. Hey Greg, do you feel like we're being watched? Yeah, watching and laughing at the hoops we're being made to jump through. So you noticed, did you? Quite impressive. Duo, you tricked us. You said we were going to be on a TV show. Oh, but you are. The cameras are rolling right at this moment. You're the stars of the hit variety show, Brutal Deathmatch. And we're just getting to the climax. Don't lose, I'm cheering for you.
I can't lose this! What next?
Okay, so nothing more stealing. You only take regular damage from fire. And it's on the fire.
inferno! Set them aflame!
Here we go!
Strike now!
Ah, damn it.
Here I go! Here I come! Bingo!
We gotta protect everyone!
What is that even doing?
What next?
It's 160 and that's 170.
Hurt. Please take over.
We need to hold out longer! This should do the trick!
I'll crush it with all I got.
I'm still standing!
Should get rid of one of them.
Go ahead! Go!
Now!
Blast!
Here I come! Did we really get deceived?
Where are we now? I hope you've enjoyed this evening's edition of Brutal Deathmatch. But don't go away just yet. As it happens, our victorious team of humans has prepared a special performance just for you. What might they have in store for us? You'll find out when we return from the commercial break. So don't touch that dial, folks. We'll be back soon with more Brutal Deathmatch. There, we're into break. You can relax now. What is all this? I suppose I don't blame you for being disoriented. You're in the FBC recording studio. We've been recording a show, and I must say, you've given me some excellent footage. You have my most heartfelt thanks. Recording a show? You lying cheat, how dare you trick us like that? Oh, but I haven't lied. I only wanted to make the show as real as possible, so I refrained from telling you what was going on. We were fighting for our lives in there. What right did you have to do that to us? Oh, every right. After all, it's all for the purpose of reporting the truth. It's far better to portray a real battle than a mere staged event, wouldn't you agree? Just how are you planning to take responsibility if we died? Take responsibility for what? It was your choice to come here. And it was your choice to fight the monsters, was it not? I certainly wouldn't have forced you into battle if you were unwilling. But I was counting on your strength, you know. I took this approach because I knew you could make it this far. You know, even though I'm the host, I have to admit, I'm not very fond of shows like this. What's that supposed to mean? You don't know anything about us. Allow me to apologize. I'm afraid Duo tends to forget minor yet important details like that in his quest for truth in reporting. You make it sound as though I have no sense of reason. Well, when it comes to reporting, you don't, do you? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Persephone. You could call me a supporter of this program, I suppose. Supporter, huh? It takes some nerve to support a show like this. Oh, but these battles between humans and monsters are quite popular among the Varuni. The humans usually lose, so I imagine this episode will get especially high ratings. Though there are many who watch it just to see humans get killed. What? How can you play with people's lives like that? Quite easily, to tell the truth. People are nuts. What would you think if the situation were reversed? As it happens, it was a human that came up with the idea for this program. If a human doesn't care about other humans dying, why would a Varuni? Liar. No human would ever come up with a crazy idea like that. Oh, but they do. There are some pretty horrible humans out there, you know. But that's... I really do wish you wouldn't say such misleading things, Persephone. Nightburn? I've been watching the taping. You really were amazing. Had me on the edge of my seat, let me tell you. But it sounds like you were misled about the show, and for that, I apologize. I hope you'll forgive me. I mean, you don't have to apologize to us. Still, you've given us quite an impressive video. A video which I hope will lend strength and encouragement to our flagging human society. They're around. I wouldn't say... yeah, they're both around. They're both doing okay. You know, as okay as can be for their age. Hey, Zuki, how you doing? There aren't many applicants to the Golem Hunters Guild these days, you know. I've also started up a new mining project which could likewise use some help. With any luck, this episode will bring in some fresh volunteers for our work. Nope, finished up Xenoblade at the end, the tail end of actually in the middle of last week. You see, Nightburn here was the one who came up with the idea for this show. Nightburn, it was your idea to make humans fight monsters to the death? He really is a horrible one, isn't he? Please forgive me. It's all in order to give humanity a brighter future. But if that's what you're trying to do there must be, well, other ways. Oh? Then perhaps you could tell me what you had in mind. I'd be most interested in hearing your suggestions. Well, I mean, I don't really know, but... Anyway, enough of that. Duo, who was it you said that does the acrobatic shooting? The girl with the red hair. But why? What do you mean, why? You seemed excited enough about it earlier. But I thought that was all just to get us to come here. I didn't notice on the monitor, but aren't you... Are you speaking to me? What are you doing here? Pardon me? What's wrong, Persephone? Is something up? Well. What is it? Something about that girl? No, I thought she was someone else, that's all. Anyway, you with the red hair. Yes? Could you show me your little act? Think of it as a rehearsal. We've got an empty can here for you. Is there anything else you need? No, that's all. Here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. What do you think? Well, I suppose it's not bad, but it's not exactly what I was hoping for. Huh? But... I'm pretty sure I've seen that somewhere before. Was it that circus that used to perform here? Now that you mention it, they did have an act like that. But look at how young she is. Isn't that worth something? It's still just a copy of an old circus act. People who know the original won't be impressed. The circus is gone now, isn't it? But there's plenty of people who'd still want to see it if they could. I agree. Rebecca's acrobatic shooting is impressive, even touching. No, it's okay, both of you. I'm sorry, but I think I'll pass. Rebecca, are you sure? Well, what can I do? I mean, it's just a copy of the circus routine after all. Don't worry, Rebecca. I love your acrobatic shooting. This does present a problem, though. Without her act, we'll need something to fill the hole in the program. Now then, perhaps I can be of service. How so? You there. How'd you like to fight me in a duel? Me? Proved yourself quite capable earlier. You and I ought to be able to show the viewers quite an entertaining battle. How about it? I'll go easy on you, of course, but you can give it your all. Oh, I guess I shouldn't suggest faking things in front of duo. Besides, you seemed rather disenchanted with me earlier for setting up these battles between humans and monsters. Come, take your anger out on me. Alright, I will. So is this gonna be winnable?
Watch this!
Here goes.
Psyched and ready!
Try and follow me. Is it time to get serious yet?
Okay, that answers that question.
You sure are tough.
Don't let it get you down. Just a little excitement for the viewers at home. Can anyone outclass me here?
At least they kill you fast enough that you don't use any items or anything. Yes, you fight very well indeed. I expect you'll make a fine golem hunter in a few years. Well, that was terrible. But at least it fills out the program. In any case, as a matter of your compensation, you deserve a reward for defeating the monsters as well. What would you like? Compensation? Name anything you like. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I don't like waiting around. If you can't decide now, come back another time, alright? I'll be here, so let me know when you've made up your mind. In any case, thanks for your help today. We look forward to seeing you again. Poor Dean. That's why they say don't meet your heroes. Rebecca kinda got her dream destroyed too. I never imagined Nightburn would be doing anything like that. He said he was doing it for the good of humanity. I couldn't do it. Dean, Rebecca, please cheer up. At Nightburn, I knew there was something fishy about him. What should we do about that compensation? Take what you can get. You're gonna ride the train again, how about train tickets? Yeah, that's a good idea. We still need information about Johnny Appleseed before we can decide where to go. There you are. You're from Mythsmere, aren't you? What are you doing coming all the way out here? You were looking for you to make a request. Yeah, we want you to do that shooting thing of yours again. The acrobatic shooting, you mean? I don't know, it's not that great or anything. Do you remember Pastel? She's fallen ill. Oh no, Pastel's sick? Yeah, so we want you to show her that shooting thing again. She really, really loved it. Let's hurry up and go see her. We're begging you. Okay, we'll head straight there. Dean? Yeah, let's hurry to Mythsmere. Alright. Let's get it. Let's leave Jerktown full of jerks. Bother with them.
It's not like we lost.
And all my guys are level 25 and they're still level 19. Kind of a waste of time.
in here.
Stay calm! Here I go.
Psyched and ready! Yeah!
I do this out of love! I can't lose this! Any last words? Go easy on the girl, will ya? It must be done. I'll move. Become beautiful fireworks. I suppose I should pick this up. I hope I was able to help out a little.
Yeah, the XP I'm getting from these fights is barely even moving the bar. Probably just run from him. Pastel! No, can't impose on her. Pastel, the circus lady came. Pastel, are you alright? She's been like this for a while. She doesn't respond to us either. Looks like Zop syndrome. Been spreading pretty rapidly through Filgaia these days. Starts with a high fever. Not too many survive. Not too many survive, but what's the cure? Afraid there isn't any. Without knowing what causes it, there's no way to create a medicine for it. About all you can do is reduce the fever. Even that's temporary relief at best. Even so, it's better than nothing. Don't you have any? We don't have any medicine here at all. By the way, I was wondering, where are your parents? My mom and dad worked too hard in Laila, Belle, and they're gone. What can we do then? If only that guy Pastel talked about would come back. Who? He was too long ago for us to remember, but Pastel told us about him often. Pastel said she thinks he was a Varuni drifter. He arrived here just when a disease was spreading through the town. Yeah, and then he went to Laila, Belle and brought back medicine to cure everybody. Seems there are good people, even among the Varuni. Yeah, to go all the way to Laila, Belle just for medicine. Wait, that's it. Remember the compensation we were supposed to get from the TV thing? Let's ask for medicine for Pastel. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. But weren't you going to use it for train tickets, Dean? Don't be silly. This is Pastel's life we're talking about. Nothing's more important than that. Wait, Dean, is that truly what you want? Greg says that there is no cure for the disease. Even if you bring medicine, there's no guarantee Pastel will survive. That's not an inefficient use of your resources. Who cares about efficiency? You never know until you try. Even if it doesn't work, there's always something else, as long as you don't give up. As long as you don't give up. Yeah, you can do anything as long as you don't give up. Right? I see. Perhaps you are correct. You've taught me a lot on this journey. If you give up, that's the end, so conversely, the end will never come if you keep on trying. Thus, you can do anything as long as you don't give up. It certainly isn't logical, but it seems strangely convincing when you say it. Well, it's not that big a deal. First, let's head for the television studio to get medicine for Pastel. We can look for a cure afterwards. Yeah, let's go. Oh, good. I was about to say, I hope they're not going to make me walk all the way back again. So, have you made up your minds? Yeah, we want medicine for Zop syndrome. Zop syndrome? Oh, you mean that disease that's been afflicting humans lately? There's no panacea for that, you know. It can't give you what we don't have. At least give us something for the fever. There's a child in Mythsmere who's suffering from it. Anything is fine. If you've got any medicine at all that'll help, please. Well, I do happen to have something here that'll bring down a fever, but it's fine, we'll take it. Well, in that case, take as much as you want. Here you go. It works quite well. I can guarantee you that much. Now we can let Pastel rest more easily. Yeah, come on, let's get back to Mythsmere. Gave them that one, did you? Now who's the horrible one? I only gave them the medicine they asked for. What's so horrible about that? Now granted, it's a Varuni medicine, so there's no telling whether it'll work on humans. As for horrible, what about you? You look positively delighted when you heard about that child falling ill. Now that's not fair at all, but I must say the TF system is pretty impressive. Even at only 10% power, it's already affecting weaker humans. I used to think that was only fair retribution for the death of my sister. Filgaia rejected her, so let Filgaia and its humans suffer the same fate. But now... What's the matter? If it's me you're worrying about, then don't. It won't be long before I get my wish, the extermination of all humanity. Once I've accomplished that, I won't have any regrets. Finish myself off in style. Okay, so how long until we find out why Nightburn hates people so much? Pastel, we brought some medicine. Circus lady. I got some medicine for the Varuni. It'll help you feel better, don't worry. Just hang in there a little longer, Pastel. Wait, don't give it to her. Carol, what are you doing here? I was looking for my companion who's still lost, but I got lost myself and I ended up here. Nice to see you again, but now's not the time for greetings. I heard you say that you got medicine from the Varuni. If that's true, you shouldn't give it to her. Why not? We did get it from the Varuni, but I can't imagine it's poison or anything. It's not the problem. The problem is, Varuni bodies are built differently from human ones. That medicine may work well on a Varuni, but that doesn't guarantee the same effect on a human. May I take a look at it? Sure. Well, it seems my fears were correct. This is an effective febrifuge for the Varuni, but it can have deleterious side effects on humans. In the worst case, it could send the patient into shock. Well... What? You're awfully smart, aren't you? Yes, my companion is a scientist, so I've learned a lot as well. I'm sorry, my name is Carol. I'm Greg. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Just glad I got here in time. That mistake could have been fatal. Fatal? I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. But if we can't use this medicine, then what now? I don't see any other possibilities. Pastel. She's just like I used to be. The way I used to watch that circus act, wishing I could do it. I won't let this happen to her. Of course not. We can't give up yet. If you want something to reduce the fever, this should be effective. Thanks, Carol. Wait a minute. Where'd you get that medicine? It doesn't look like it was made by humans. That's right, it wasn't. One time when I visited the Basker Shrine, I developed a fever. The Baskars there gave this to me to treat it. Baskars? A group of Varuni scientists that are doing research on fungi at a shrine near here. They also study humans, since humans are the native inhabitants of Filgaia, and this is something they developed during their research. And maybe they'll have something to cure Pastel. Now it's a bit worrying that they're Varuni. Yes, it's true they may have a cure, but whether they'll give it to us... To be honest, I doubt I could have even got this febrifuge without the help of the professor. Professor? Is that the companion you've been looking for? Yes, he's a big fellow with a large mustache. I bet I know who you're talking about. In any case, let's try going to that shrine. Even a small chance is better than no chance at all. If you like, I'll show you the way. I was going there anyway to look for the professor. Thanks, Carol. We really appreciate it. No problem. It's the least I can do. The shrine where the Baskars are studying is northwest of here. Let's go before it's too late. So we're only missing one character now, which I think is Chuck. Her magic is a little higher than normal, but it's not as high as average. I guess I can finally make her a healer. Alright, I mean,
Wow, that felt good!
arm has not been updated. Wow. She gets a lot more magic from the upgrades than Avril does. So let's head to the new area and hope I don't get stuck without a save point for 30 minutes like I did last time. Got about 15-ish left.
I wonder where we are in here.
Holy crap. I just took a look at the, man, that's actually... Okay, so I just took a quick look at the FAQ, because I was trying to see if there was, like, any more hidden chests along the way or anything. And apparently, for once, a JRPG actually has a sense of urgency. Because apparently how long it takes you to get the cure to Pastel, you get different rewards, of which the best is 2 hours. Like 2 in-game hours. Which I just think is hilarious, because like, it's kind of already the tropey joke of like, you know, we have to do this immediately, and then you end up doing like hours upon hours of side quests, procrastinating that horribly urgent thing that's supposed to happen in the game. And honestly, had I not glanced over at the walkthrough to see if there were any more chests for the overworld, I would not even have known, and I would have taken my time. And honestly, I may even return to my previous save, because I don't know
Let's look at the map.
what the path to get there is. Oh, they usually don't have them. Like I said, that's kind of been the trope, is that anytime there's a sense of urgency in the story, you can completely ignore it and go do whatever the hell you want, and the plot will just wait for you.
We better run away from this one, right?
But yeah, the shitty thing here is that, like, just looking at the map, there's no clear way how you're supposed to get there. It looks like it's landlocked. Or surrounded by mountains. I wonder if that's because it never happens, that people don't like it when it actually does. You know, kind of a chicken and the egg type of thing. Like, did developers never do it because people hated it, or did people hate it because developers never do it and it's far from the norm?
I'm feeling light. Is it my turn? Let's get out of here as fast as we can.
This is the shrine for the Baskers hideout. Pastel's in danger. We can't afford to waste any time. Let's find those Baskers quick and get the medicine from them.
We'd better run away from this one, right?
Opened. No way, it really worked? That's amazing, Lisa. Does this make you a hero? No, now that you ask. No, of course not. Still, I wonder why it opened. Who knows? Maybe there really was a hero once that just happened to be named Dean. This is just crazy. I'm wondering how generous this two-hour time limit is, considering, you know, cutscenes and random battles and everything else. Because it says 2 in-game hours. How much of that would be taken up just by going through, like, not skipping through the cutscenes? Oh, for fuck's sake. And I'm getting battles every 2 steps.
We'd better run away from this one, right?
How long is this dungeon? Wow, this actually looks like a fairly lengthy dungeon. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to. Just for the simple fact that I want to see the cutscenes and everything else. I don't think I'm gonna make the 2 hours. There is other tiers though, but do you think the Baskers here might have something to do with Cure Pesto? I don't know for certain, but I think there's a good chance that they do. My recent studies in particular have focused on the interactions between Filgaia and humans, so they probably learned a lot about us. These Baskars seem to be very involved in their research. Yes, they are. You taught me a lot the last time I was here. You told me about the history of Filgaia from its formation up until the present and how it's changed over the ages. They also do research into meteorology, geology, even human society. Lately, what they're really focused on is... What's the matter? Oh, I was just thinking how great it is that you know all that. You certainly have studied hard for one so young. Yeah, I'm sorry, Carol. I had the wrong impression of you. To be honest, I just thought you were just a clumsy little girl. I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. That's how you're thinking of me? Guess I am a little clumsy. That disparity that makes you so cute. I better try harder myself. Huh? Try harder at what? Yeah, that kind of defeats the, like, a lot of the main draw of those games is, you know, being able to really sit there and plan out your turns. And then when it gives you a time limit, you're essentially playing speed chess at that point. Anyway, the Baskars are Varuni, right? Why would they put so much energy into studying humans? I mean, they're all we can count on right now, so I sure hope they've got something, but... Oh, they're most certainly interested in humans, there's no question about that. In fact, their top priority right now is investigating the connection between humans and the planet's decay. Planet's decay? Yes, Filgaia had at one point decayed almost to the point of death. You've heard of the Age of Lost Technology, right? The civilization that flourished 12,000 years ago and left behind what we call, well, lost technology? Sure, I know about that. The golems in these shrines and such are all from that time, right? Yes, that's right. It's said to have been a lively society with a very high standard of living. But overuse of resources along with pollution caused by the use of golems and various industrial activities began to drain the planet's life. What? Pollution resulted in industrial drains? Well, to put it simply, technology progressed too far and began to weaken the planet. It got to the point where life on Filgaia itself was threatened. Whereas this was only to be expected given the air, water, and soil pollution that was interfering with the natural life cycle. And since we're on a time limit, I'm just gonna sit here and spout exposition for a fucking hour. With today's comparatively simple level of technology, the planet has recovered considerably, though. It still has a long way to go. So are you saying that the reason Pastel got sick is because the planet is weak? I don't know whether that's a direct cause, but it's certainly a possibility. Apparently there have been Varuni who have died from similar symptoms as well. If anything, disease used to be limited to the Varuni, but lately it's humans who seem to be affected the most by it. So the Baskars are interested in the changes that are occurring to humans who contract the disease. But why? If human and Varuni bodies are different, what good would it do to study humans? I'm interested in the relationship between humans and Filgaia. Humans have been living here with no trouble for the past 12,000 years. Yet they've suddenly begun to fall ill and die for some reason, presumably related to the planet. There's been a change in the relationship between humans and the planet. Baskars figure that learning about it may help them to deal with their own illnesses. So they're using humans in order to take care of their own problems, huh?
You certainly have a way with words, but yes, that's more or less what they're doing. Still, their research has led to the development of various medicines, so... it makes no difference to me. As long as the medicines work, that's all that matters, right? You better have something for us, Baskars, or I'm going to be really mad.
Okay, so nothing there. I do believe that's going to open up several other places that I'm going to have to revisit. Okay. I was about to say 13 fucking pages. It's not insanely bigger than any of the other dungeons. It's just
I wonder where we are in here.
all right.
Wow, that felt good!
Well, that's where we're going to be stopping for today. So, given the length of this dungeon and just how long it seems to usually take me to get through the other ones, it's probably going to be cutting it pretty close, especially if there's more long cutscenes like that to hit the 2-hour mark. But I think I can make the 3-hour. Because there's like a 2-hour, a 3-hour, a 4-hour, a 5-hour, and then 6+. You just get like the lowest reward. Which it looks like that. I mean, what they're giving you is basically for how fast you are is like extra duplicators and lucky cards. Basically, just to make leveling, get more experience on a certain boss when you want them. Duplicators are about the only thing that really would probably make a huge difference. Like for 2 hours you get 5, and for 3 hours you get 3, 4 hours you get 2. I doubt it'll take me more than 4 hours. That would literally be a whole stream. I'll probably end up getting the 3-hour since I'm not. I figure to get the 2-hour you probably have to like really rush through and like skip the cutscenes and everything. But we'll continue this tomorrow. Find out what reward we get. I'll probably look through the FAQ also, now that I have the fire shot. I know there were at least 2 dungeons where there were sections that were locked off needing the fire shot. The only question is, are they still in areas that I can get to? Every time we ride the train, we end up in a new, like, little locked area that you can't get out of. We'll check in on that tomorrow. I'm sure it's actually in this guide that I'm looking at. Yeah. Yes. I guess let me go ahead and give callouts, and then I'll end for today. And Rosie just knocked down one of my lights. Kind of funny. It's like one of the ring lights. I have basically one on each side of me, and they're just on like a tripod stand. And he decided to fall asleep right next to one of them, and then while sleeping, kind of kicked it, and it fell over on top of him. He doesn't seem to mind at all as it moved. But anyway, so as I was saying, Ragna, Tenkai, Zuki, Nami, Rampage, Samato, Orenji, Ludlow. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you, KDT Rampage, for the raid, and thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. We'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below for what time that is in your area. And as for right now, let me see if I can find a way. Let me see if I can find someone to raid. Yeah, you dropped the light on yourself. Just noticed, didn't you? Hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and raid Key and keep the Wild Arms going. He's playing Alter Code F. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see y'all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!